Huh. Okay. Sure. Good for me. Hello. Seems fine, I suppose. Okay, people. That's on. Fucking hell. Audio options are always a bitch to fucking. What the fuck is it so. Never mind. Audio is what it is. Let's just first get fucking ready to talk about the subject, because I've been seeing a lot of people voice a lot of opinions that are very opinionated. Okay? Very opinionated. Wait, shit. How is it so fucking loud? Hold on. That should be fine. What? There you go. You can barely hear it now. Perfect. Yeah. A lot of people seem to be really opinionated on things, huh? Fuck, what did I want to do before I started with everything? Oh yeah, shit. Fuck it, why not? Might as well do some transmog farming until before we go into it, I suppose. Fuck? What holiday is it?
What brings you here? Until next time.
You okay? Yeah, we're just gonna do some random stuff before we get started. As it's definitely gonna be opinions. Alright? Many opinions. Many opinions.
The sky calls. Ah, caught a good wind stream lately. See you up there.
What the shit is this? The fuck? Oh, to be fair, this is the first time I've seen this vendor. Wait, holy... Oh, okay. Oh, that explains so much. Huh.
Go forth to victory.
And how much?
Keep your feet off the ground.
Yeah. Oh, for the love of fucking...
Fair skies and strong winds.
Okay, what now?
What can I do for you?
Okay.
Go in wisdom.
What do you need?
Hello, man.
Thank you for sharing.
I am confused. What the fuck? The fuck?
Talk to me.
Go with honor.
I don't fuck. Wait. No, this is the... Never mind. Fuck it. Let's just do the fucking time place thing. Dawn of Infinites. Whatever.
The mountains are mighty here. Plant our banners to mark what the Dragon Scale expedition has discovered.
Yeah, sure. It's early in the morning. If I'm going to get into like drama things around Classic Plus and all that, might as well just knock a few things away before that.
The infinite dragonflight has already infiltrated the timeways.
Oh, don't you worry. We'll...
Yes, riveting. Actually, options, audio, sound and background. Don't need it. There we go.
You only delay the inevitable. Marathon shall rise.
Yes, riveting. The
while you
the thing I don't understand, right? With all this classic plus info, this new info that's coming out.
to open the timeways.
Do I want to start now, or do I want to just first do these random things before we start? Because I'm gonna be talking and gonna be reacting to a whole bunch of fucking videos. Should I be saying fuck? A whole bunch of the freaking videos.
The timeways are all misaligned.
That's because it's gonna be annoying. Because I feel like people know better, and people that purport themselves to be like big WoW players and all that.
Any anomalies that appear.
Like no big shade to them, you know. I understand, but I feel like you're just saying stuff to say stuff in order to.
When to, Nosdormu?
You're not serious with what you're saying.
They
That's what
often
I'm saying.
tried to corrupt the true timeline, to invade the bronze temple indeed. And they will stop at nothing to ensure the rise of my darkest self.
That's what I mean. So before we get into all of that, as we will, and I should have some respect. I am the new kid on the block for content creation per se, especially in WoW content creation.
No, we're trying to fix them.
But technically not the new kid on the block.
No choice.
I did make a WoW video like
We must fight. She cannot bar our path.
long time ago. I remember those days.
I see now. You must stop.
But yeah, I should show a little bit of respect, you know. People be doing content creation, and there's a lot of people that have like their fingers on the pulse of everything Blizzard is doing and all that. But and I don't know, dude. I don't know. Things do be feeling strange. I don't know how else to say it in all honesty, without sounding like an ass. That's fine. Let's just get these few things over with, and then we can actually like get into it, because it is going to be rather annoying.
I have tracked the infinites to a place, a moment where I dare not tread.
You're not coming with us?
I shall be with you in a sense, but not as you know me now. I have faith in you, my friends.
Let's go
And
there.
even should Murazan rise, know that all is not lost.
I think we're fine on dropped frames.
That corpse above us. It's
Galacrodon. Yeah.
His hunger nearly consumed. Be careful. We've gone back before the aspects were even the aspects. Have to find
Man, this dungeon must have been a whole lot of fun back in the day.
They'll know what to do.
Probably was. Yeah, I feel like people will be wondering why I'm playing retail while talking about classic WoW. So I don't know. Maybe I'll switch to a retail or whatever. Maybe sod.
Enemies above
Yeah.
and below.
Lord knows I have a character in every version of WoW.
I'd hardly say that.
Just wanna get this like super over with real quick, and then we'll talk about stuff.
Oh, there's no time to explain. But please, you must trust me. The future of dragonkind depends on it.
You are an odd little dragon, but there is something kind of
Yeah.
I cannot explain why, but my instincts tell me we should trust her.
I sense strange energies below, and a great earthly power above, and something else.
Earth? Oh no! Me and these heroes will take care of that one. You worry about the infinites.
Very well, little dragon. My
Ah.
friends, with me!
How is everybody else doing, eh? Having fun? I'm having fun. Many fun. Many fun.
Really bad. Can you scout ahead? I'll be with you in a moment.
For the future of Azeroth.
Yeah, I just wanna get this little transmog run over with real quickly. And then I'm gonna go into a whole bunch of things. A massive amount of tirade, in all honesty. Because I feel like I've been holding my mouth shut for quite some time now regarding the state of World of Warcraft and Blizzard's role in it. So yeah, I might give my two opinions as a person that has been playing World of Warcraft for a very long time. Not well, not really vanilla, but like from TBC onwards, I suppose. There we go. Yeah, I feel like people are just going insano, and I do not understand it, and it's incredibly annoying. It's incredibly annoying. Yeah. As somebody that wants Classic Plus to actually be successful, to actually be fun and exciting, we can't be having people be muddying the waters before we even see what it is, just because they have a preference for a specific art style or animation. And also, I despise, I just despise the no changes crowd. I despise them like so very much. From the inception of that Light Forsaken movement. No changes, no changes. We want all the things that were like that to be like that, and without changes. It's not what people wanted. It's not. It's not. This is not one of those you think you do but you don't moments. But it's not. People never wanted no changes. This is just not true. But we'll get into it. We'll get into it. I promise we'll get into it. I promise. Promise, pinky promise. Hammer? No hammer. You are not a nice...
Tyr has always been a hero to dragonkind. I just have to keep telling myself this wasn't really him.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, let's fix this. We just need to... Uh-oh.
I can't attack that target.
Our vision shall come to pass.
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. Nobody in chat. I'll have my 2 cents.
An infinite army.
Real quick.
Slow us down a bit. Time to get speedy.
How is this speedy? Finally, holy... Nope, 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 nope. Can't touch me. No, no. There we go. We'll get to it. Let me just fucking wake up. And then we'll do a whole lot of things together, chat. A whole metric ton of things.
The timeways are even twistier than before.
Yeah.
It's too far away.
I'll explain my concerns.
There's no way I can get us back to the past like this.
Real quick. Don't you worry your pretty little head. Yeah, we'll be talking about Classic Plus and everything in a short while. Let me just do this little transmog run real quick. Don't want to immediately go into, because I feel like a lot of things that I was saying will come off as negative, but the more you hear about it, the more you listen to me, the more you'll figure, wow, maybe there is a point to this. Trust the plan. What is happening right now? Oh, I fucking never mind. Yep.
Oh no! It's Morchi! What is she doing here? Aw, is the goody
Yeah.
trying to save Nostormu? Well, too bad.
Side note, I understand people really liked Dragonflight.
I'll deal with personally.
It was
This time
fine.
has no need for
I
heroes.
enjoyed it for my part. But man, this...
The true timeline is mine.
Oof.
No! It was supposed to be my time.
Yeah.
You all know what to do. What's this? A time relic? There's 2 arrows pointing to the right.
Yeah.
Poor Morchi. I wonder if we could have been friends in another time. She did have great hair, A little heavy on the eyeliner, though.
Sure. I will be going into so many things.
Let's head to the other side.
Because I feel like I have a lot to say, and I think what I say is true, but everybody thinks that they are right all the time in what they say. I'll explain it. Hydration important.
The Horde and Alliance are fighting?
Wow.
This could be any point in time.
Yep. I bet this was a very, very fun dungeon when it came out.
Now we can open the time waste to the past. Come on, we need to save no Stormo.
Yep. I'll give my 2 cents in a short while. It'll just be like my thoughts on the entire thing that everybody's talking about right now. Because everybody's up in arms about what Classic Plus will be and all that. Because a few people like really just want to sensationalize a lot of things, so yeah.
We only get one chance at this.
Yeah.
Traveling so far into the past takes a lot of power, and I'm no aspect.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Fucking. Okay.
Sure, Murasan doesn't exist. Rise? Oh, you know what I mean.
Come on. Today.
We don't have time for this.
Yes, we don't.
Oh, where's that relic I picked up? Huh. Well, here goes nothing.
I can't attack that.
Murazov shall rise!
Come on. The aspects are just ahead. Wait,
Actually,
the proto-aspects,
yeah.
I mean.
We face enemies above and
Side
below.
note, I don't like this dungeon.
So we're trapped.
Not because of the dungeon, but because of what it tries to do.
Hardly say that.
Everyone, the Infinites are here.
Merzond was always supposed to rise. Was always supposed to happen.
Dragon, but there
And
is something
I feel like
coming
somebody in Blizzard was like, but we like the aspects.
My
Let's
instincts tell me we should
retcon
trust
everything.
Yes, yes, I know. Now, we have to face the Infinites together this time.
Yes, together.
Black glowy dragons in the ravine.
This time?
It's a long story. Trust me.
See what I
know
mean?
there's a
It's like-
dragon above us on that
Listen,
mountain.
I like
We'll
the cute and quirky stuff as well in my video games.
Very well.
They're supposed to be fun.
My friends, with me, we
Lord
face
have
them
mercy.
together.
Come on. Pick up the pace. There you go. Come on. Wait, maybe I can do this. That's a big one. There you go.
The infinite shall dawn!
Wow, he has opened a portal. Wow, did I get something interesting?
A future free of torment, perfected by our protection.
Hey. Okay. Not bad. I like it. Good transmog. It wasn't the hammer I wanted from Tyr, but fuck it. Whatever.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles. Like you.
Okay, now. Gotta be very careful with what I sell, huh? Yeah, that's fine.
Many farewell.
that I worked for. Gone. For Dalaran.
I will do my duty for Azeroth.
Aldiel Shala.
Really? Really? I have way too many
Until next time.
quests and things. I just removed a quest. What is wrong? Time walking raid boss. Wait, is it Wrath time walking? Time walking dungeon begins. Which? Oh, it is Wrath time walking. Okay. Fucking didn't see that. I don't know which one. What do I... What do I throw away? No. Go away.
Baladash Malanur.
There we go. Okay.
My goods are one of a kind.
Wow. Immer abspielen. Ho ho, that's not happening. Okay. Yeah. Give me a moment, let me park somewhere. This seems like a good place as any. Or maybe I should just talk here. Why not? Do I actually need to go to Classic so people listen? Do I have to? Fuck it. I will come back. Okay, we are back. That is loud as shit. It is really loud, isn't it? There we go. Okay. Okay, let's see here. There we go. We will be just RP walking. Okay. Let's talk about it. Okay. How can we do this? Okay. Okay. So let's talk about it. Okay, Jesus Christ. Spotify. Goddamn Spotify. One moment. Deutsch. Ja, wir leben in Deutschland. Viele Dinge sind nicht gleich. Als das letzte Mal, dass ich war online. Spotify, stop, go away. Nobody likes you. Yeah, sure. we go. Boom. Okay. Wait. Actually, you know what? Stop the music too. Let's stop the music. Let's just do music here. There we go. Okay. What is the issue that we are currently facing in the WoW Classic community? With Blizzard's BlizzCon like 15 days away from now on, what was it, on the 20th, 12 September. A lot of people are very hyped because a lot of people expect Classic Plus to be announced, to be shown, and a lot of people are hoping we'll actually get to play it on the same day, like Shadow Drop, boom, have fun. Other people, these past few days, have basically said, we're not getting Classic Plus, what we're getting is a new game. Whatever that means. That was real fucking loud clippy clopping. There you go. Okay, so a lot of people say, not a lot of people, a few content creators I've seen from the WoW side have basically said, guys, we're not getting Classic Plus, we're getting a new game. An entire new game. Wow. Whatever that means. It's how can people have been playing WoW for so long? How can people have been following what Blizzard has been doing for so long and still say stuff like this? I don't understand. But sure. Let's say that from the moment from the very moment that SOD stopped additional development, let's say that from that moment, few months even earlier, let's say Blizzard has been working tirelessly to make a new game. That is what? A year and a half of development time? Now, you have the game. They don't need to develop the game, unless it's, I guess, a new game, as some people claim. How would that go? Like, how would that go? Are they developing an entire new game? Or are they using World of Warcraft, the current version, as a sort of sandbox to add other things? Because I have heard people say a whole bunch of nonsense that oh, we might get a new timeline. We might get like the Dark Portal not opening. We might even get Azeroth before the Sundering. No. we're not getting that. No. No. We're just no. We're not getting a new game. Sorry to burst everybody's bubble. What we're basically getting is SOD just cranked up. That's basically it. That's basically it. SOD just cranked up like to 11. That's it. There is no universe. Number one, there is no universe where Blizzard, like the classic WoW team that worked on SOD, developed Crypts of Karazhan and Scarlet Enclave and all the other new stuff in SOD. There's no universe where they develop that and not use it in like an additional version of Classic. There's just no universe where that happens. None. Which means, at the very minimum, we are getting SOD content plus additional content. Now, I have said that I really don't like the no changes crowd. I practically despise them because nobody actually wanted no changes. Nobody. That wasn't a reality. That's just not a reality. Everybody that I have seen that has played Classic, that has played Vanilla, TBC, and other private server things have all, I think generally, just my opinion, have generally said the same thing. They want vanilla, meaning vanilla systems, combat, like the vanilla skeleton of the game. Just bring it to the modern era. Now, that's just my opinion on the matter. We are in no way, shape, or form getting a new game. That's just not happening. And the people that say that are either saying it because they don't know better, are saying it because they really like stirring up their metrics, or because, hey, maybe they generally believe it. Fine. If you believe that we're getting a new game, good on you. Okay, good on you. That's just... you would be wrong. You would be wrong. And I've listened to a few videos of these content creators in the WoW space, and they basically say they kind of like bring it back a bit by saying, "Oh, we're getting a new game, and it's going to be modern graphics," and I don't like that, and it's okay. Okay. In no universe are we getting a new game. That's just not happening. What I believe that we will get is we're gonna get SOD, and we're going to get additional content in SOD. I have seen what private servers have done. I have seen, what was it? The Turtle WoW thing. And I have seen Conquest of Azeroth. I have seen these private servers. I've seen the videos. Seen everything. Which means if I've seen them, then Blizzard has seen them as well. Meaning they've read the feedback, the comments. I have seen so many comments on these videos saying, how can people, this small team of like gamers, developers, be running around Blizzard, beating them at their own, literally at their own game. I've seen people praising the direction that most of these private servers that add additional content in the vanilla game. Like had to have everything that they've posted. Which means if I've seen it, then Blizzard has seen it. They're not blind. Every suggestion that we have probably made, every type of feedback that we have done, they've probably seen it. They have it. They have polls. They have like questionnaires. They're getting this feedback, right? So back to the new game. The way they skirt around this, the way they backtrack this, these content creators, is they say we're getting a new timeline where the Dark Portal has never opened. Now, for those of you who are quite painfully aware about the history of World of Warcraft and what the game currently is, the way I understand the Dark Portal not opening is we're just not getting TBC. All the content in TBC, we're not getting that. Other people are saying, oh, the Dark Portal hasn't opened at all. Which means we're on a new timeline where literally Horde does not exist. Which means we have just trolls, Tauren, I guess the undead, if we're going to go through the Lich King thing. Because we probably have to, because that's earlier in the history of WoW. And I still cannot, I cannot fathom thinking that, oh, we're getting a new timeline where the Dark Portal hasn't opened at all. How the hell are you gonna have World of Warcraft without orcs? How does that happen? How does that happen without the Orcish invasion? I don't understand. Yeah. So basically, a lot of people are just saying, yeah, we're gonna get World of Warcraft 2. It's gonna be a new game. That's just not happening at all. In no shape, side, form, nothing. They have. Let's see what Blizzard has, right? Let's see what first Blizzard has. Okay. What do we know? We know that crypts We know that Crypts and Scarlet Enclave will be in the game. We know this. This is not disputed. I don't care what people say. There's no universe where Blizzard has spent that much time developing the content without having it in the next iteration of like Classic, which I believe is Classic Plus. Oh. Yikes. I forgot I keybinded my mutant stuff on my, my arrows. That was a thing. Okay. What else do we know? We know that Blizzard has the China. We know that Blizzard has the Chinese Titanforge servers. We know that Blizzard has been at least working on it. Working on the project for at the very least 1.5 years. Damn it. Keep forgetting. There we go. What else do we know? What else do we know about Classic? We have the leaked image. Leaked info and the image. The timeline image. We know this. We've seen it. We know that they have referred, specifically the developer, what was the lead guy? I'm gonna butcher his name, aren't I? Agrand? I think it was Agrand. The guy, right? The guy, the sod guy. We like this guy. We know that he has mentioned Classic Plus. He has mentioned the words Classic Plus. So there was a big comment, I think on a YouTube video or something, where he specifically said that there is now a lot of developers, basically ones that are there to create new content for the game. So there are more for new content, more developers for new content. We know that Classic Plus has mentioned. We know that Classic Plus has been mentioned. What else do we know? What else do we know? Hold on. Options, audio, sound and background. Boom. Turn. What else do we know? What else do we know about the project? We know that there's going to be an announcement at... We know there's going to be an announcement at BlizzCon. If we're not getting it shadow dropped, if not shadow at at BlizzCon. Earliest drop in November. Sometime in November. We know this, right? From past experience, from past timelines where Blizzard has like released stuff. Earliest release in November. What else do we know? We know that there's going to be new content because there's developers there, more developers for new content. We have heard the phrase, what if the dark portal never opened? We know that content creators, some have played some kind of version of this Classic Plus. So this Classic Plus. We know that content creators have played this. We know this. This is information that we know. We know. Hold on. There we go. We know that they've played this, some kind of version of Classic Plus. We know that they have played this. We know. Just know. The fuck? The shit? Hold on. Hold on. OBS is acting. Background opacity, no. No, that's not it. The shit? Wait. Why is this text document thing against me? You, stop. What is happening right now? That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. No. Oh, okay. There we go. Clear, cut, simple, precise. There we go. What else do we know? we know that most of them have kept quiet about what is happening. But what do we know about content creators? Even if they have NDAs, they have already created videos on the subject, which means the moment Blizzard announces Classic Plus, they will release those videos. So what we know is content about the game has already been filmed by Let's not go that far, okay? Content has already been filmed. We know this. We understand this. What is the likelihood that Blizzard creates an entire new game? I would say that that likelihood is very low. We have retail. That's the main game. That's the big boy. In what universe would Blizzard create an entire separate game? Updated and all. In what universe would they do this? And it not be in retail. If we were getting Azeroth before the Sundering, that's a retail thing. That's retail. We're not getting that. I guess this is fine for now. There we go. There's probably a few more things, but this is the extent of what I can think of right now. These are the things that we know. It's not going to be a new game. Because if we're talking about content so drastically different than like actual vanilla, that's, I don't know about that one, Chief. That sounds sort of like a retail thing to me. We're not getting Azeroth before the Sundering. We're not getting Azeroth if the Dark Portal never opened, because we need orcs. It's World of Warcraft. It's still World of Warcraft. We need orcs. So, my assumption is, as I said before, we're going to get sod. But we're going to get sod without the things that were dumb, like incursions. With the fun things that we liked, like Scarlet Enclave and Karazhan Crypts. Jesus. Pestering me. There we go. We already have the Chinese Titanforge servers. And apparently a lot of fun stuff has been happening there. But remember, Blizzard is always learning. Always learning. Always seeing what they can do. Every little nook and cranny that they can exploit to get some information. in order to use it, in order to develop something fun, interesting, exciting. What this points to is that if we're getting Enclave and Karas and Crypts, that means we're getting Sod. Probably not with the glyph system, but we are getting the content of Karas and Crypts and Scarlet Enclave. We're getting those. We also know what's been happening in the Titan Force servers. Basically, all the content that has been between Vanilla till Wrath on equal level. Meaning every raid is important. Every raid is... every raid's loot is still acceptable. You can basically build so many new things, so many interesting things. Like, imagine a trinket from TBC still being... Well, actually, yeah, that actually kind of happened, didn't it? A lot of things from TBC were still viable in Wrath, weren't they? But you get my point. Imagine a trinket in Vanilla being incredibly good to use in Wrath. Pretty good. We know that that's been happening. We have the leaked timeline image. I'll probably react to a few videos, so we'll probably see it in the videos. In that image, we see the name Camelot. Camelot. For those of you who don't know, Camelot is basically New Avalon. Avalon. Which means Scarlet Enclave, which means we're getting that. So I'm guessing that would be the base point, and then they'll be adding more stuff, patch by patch probably. We also saw, next to the name Camelot, the word Era, which means it's not going to be a seasonal server, it's going to be a constant server. We know this. Key point being server. We also know they've had questionnaires asking whether people would pay an additional subscription if they get some kind of new content in Classic. Personally, don't like that. If you're gonna make me choose between this and that just because you're a bit greedy, I don't know how that would work for me. You can charge me $2 more if you really need to for the server, for the Era server Classic Plus. I guess I would be okay with that, but an additional subscription, I'm good, Chief. I'll stick with retail. What else can we talk about? We know we're getting Scarlet Enclave. We know Blizzard has been learning a lot of stuff from the Chinese Titanforge server. We know that they've been working on this project thing for 1.5 years. Let's stretch it out and say that they've been working on it for 2. Let's stretch it out and say it's 2. Even at 2 years, the best that we can hope for, if we're going with the new game thing, would probably be something like Conquest of Azeroth. That's it. It's pretty much it. It's not gonna be a new game. Conquest of Azeroth is not a new game. It's vanilla plus. This is why these things annoy me so much. Especially with the no changes crowd. This is what people have always wanted. Playing Classic from the beginning till Wrath, mega fun. Can't complain. Awesome. After that, Cataclysm was okay. Pandaria, okay, but I like it. Pandaria is really cool. It's just not it, Chief. Not it. Not for me. I think some developers, I don't remember who it was. One of them, somebody said, what if the Dark Portal never opened? I think it was a content creator that played a early version of Classic Plus or something. So here's my thinking process. Here's what I believe that Classic Plus will be. I think Classic Plus will be vanilla and Wrath without TBC. We're not getting TBC. We're getting Northrend. We're getting Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor, all that. If they truly went for it, we might get High Elves, Blood Elves, maybe. I'm not sure about Draenei. It would be cool. Not sure. I feel like they'll still do factions. I just don't know. The faction thing is very interesting to me, because there were videos like made about them discussing factions early in the days of World of Warcraft. Like, are we going to do separate kingdoms, or are we going to do 3 kingdoms here, 3 kingdoms there, factions, stuff like that? And a lot of people, when they were developing WoW, were like, let's do factions. Some people were like, nah, let's not. So I could see a universe where they're like, no more factions, no more Horde and Alliance. You just have your kingdoms. You have your starting zones. You don't join the Horde. You don't join the Alliance. You can go wherever you want. So you can be a Blood Elf or a High Elf going into Stormwind. Or you can be a Blood Elf or High Elf going into Orgrimmar. What other things? If they've really gotten a lot of developers to create new content for Classic, we could see other zones, other quest hubs here and there. We could probably see, I don't know, an additional hub in Ashenvale. Or like, I don't know, a Tinkertown somewhere in Ajara. You have to think Sod is the base game. Everything additional to Sod is the plus. So I'm thinking it will be somewhere between Sod and Conquest of Azeroth. This is my thinking. I feel like the game will take the baseline of Sod, Season of Discovery, and they'll just add things to it, add new things, mechanics, stuff to Sod, just like Conquest of Azeroth and Turtle WoW did. I think this is what's gonna happen. So, just to reiterate, we're not getting... The hell? Oh, this was a PvP zone inside, huh? Yeah. Just to reiterate, so we're not getting a new game. We're just getting some kind of amalgamation between SOD, the Chinese Titanforge servers, and like maybe a little sprinkle in of whatever the private servers are doing, like Conquest of Azeroth or Turtle WoW. Like in SOD, look at this! Look at this! Great armor, paladin, lots of colors, recolor. They can do that. They can make new armors. They have the technology. It's 2026. There he goes.
Too far away.
That is too far away. Yeah. Way too many people are like, oh, we're getting a new game. Imagine if the game... Okay. Stop. Embarrassment. Stop. How about we now go with all the videos? How about we do that? Shall we? Where's my... There it is. Let's put this here somewhere. Let's... Where's my thing? There we go. Senor Hammerdance, I am going to be honest. I do not know this content creator. I do not know the content they have made. I only know this new thing about Classic Plus and it being a new game and stuff. So, take everything with a grain of salt. Okay? Stop. Let's not forget our vertical brothers and sisters. Yeah, you can't read that, can you? Yeah, there you go. Whatever. Okay. Let's go at it, shall we?
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to another video. I'm going to be talking today a little bit about the video that I put out yesterday, and if you guys haven't seen it, it's called Classic Plus Doesn't Exist. And I think that there is a lot of people out there who kind of understood what I was trying to do and say, but for the people who didn't fully understand what I was getting at with that video, I am going to talk about it here with you guys today in kind of a more, like, you know, less formal, just...
How about... Sure. How about we look at that video? Shall we? Let's be wrong. Let's be... What's wrong? We're wrong? Was it this?
The Ridge is giving away a Lamborghini. The craziest part about all of this,
Christ,
you don't
ads.
have to buy
Yes,
anything.
yes,
There
yes,
is
ads.
no
Yes,
purchase
very nice.
required. So if you're not a Lamborghini fan, don't worry.
Yeah.
because the Ridge is also
They don't care.
Would you guys be upset if, after all this time, you found out that Classic Plus does not exist and never existed?
Boom! Does not exist.
Because there's some things coming out, and I have heard from what I would consider reliable sources that Classic Plus just doesn't exist. and it's something that nobody is going to see coming. And I'll be honest,
Nobody
I don't
will
really
see
know
it coming.
how to feel about it, because I feel like since Season of Discovery, we've kind of sat here, all of us, especially the creator scene, and really drummed up what we would consider to be like a perfect Classic Plus, and like what the community itself wants to see. And take all this with a grain of salt, right? I'm not in talks with Blizzard, I'm not NDA'd or anything like that, but I have heard from multiple reliable sources and things that I've seen.
Okay.
Where
Multiple
I feel
sources.
like I don't know. I feel like I kind of believe this, and I don't know if you guys have seen Kargaz's video that he put out yesterday, but what I have heard lines up pretty well with everything, you know, he said in that video. So I'm wondering if...
Okay. He has seen a video of another content creator called Kargath. Again, I am not familiar with this content creator. Let me... Bro. Bro. I'm not familiar with this content creator. Let's find his video on the matter, shall we? Let's find his stuff. Kargos, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Or is there like... Nope. Nothing there. Kargos. Holy shit-ho. We're making a new game.
Vanilla.
Stop. There we go.
Alright, greetings ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another Classic Plus video. You may be wondering, why are you in retail World of Warcraft, Kargos? Why are you in retail right now?
Why are you in retail right now, Kargos?
I need to ask you guys some very important stuff today.
Very important stuff.
I want to ask you a question, like, how would you feel if Classic Plus never even existed?
It doesn't. We don't know if it does. We only know that Blizzard is working on a thing. And we assume it's Classic Plus. Because every single thing they've been doing so far has been moving towards a Classic Plus thing. Like the Titan Forge servers in China. Like SOD. Like the comments Agrand has posted. We assume this. We're working on assumptions. You don't know as much as I don't know.
Why are we so sure Classic Plus is a thing? Basically, we're going off one thing,
See
right?
previous
Holly
statements.
said during the State of Housing, otherwise known as the State of Azeroth, right? Like 6 months ago, whenever that was. Has Blizzard ever officially confirmed Classic Plus? No. Have they hinted at it? Yes.
Yeah.
At it? Big yes. We know something's coming. But have they ever said that... Have they ever said explicitly that it's going to be based on vanilla? It's based on PvC? Is it based on Wrath? Have they ever given us anything really to say what it is?
You're right.
No. No.
He's right. They haven't given us anything. The only thing we do know is that one of the content creators that has played a version of this game... Let's go back a little bit. Let me preface this by saying this is my memory, I can't pull it up right now. If I go digging for it, I might get it. But I'm fairly certain one of them commented on, think what would happen if the Dark Portal never opened. That was the thing. So we have that to go by. Again, no idea if it's true or not. Blizzard has not said anything. Let's see what happens.
No, they have not. Over the last 6 months, content creators such as myself, like, our imaginations have run wild, and we've been thinking about, clearly something is coming, right?
Yes.
What did they do to this place? Clearly something is coming, but we don't even really know what it is.
This is true.
Sorry. Just turn the effects down. Yes, clearly something is coming, but we don't know what it is.
Yes, this is true. We don't know.
For the past 6 months, we've been talking about what I want, what you want, we all want from Classic Plus, or whatever we want to call it, right? We've been thinking about talents, we've been thinking about skills, how to balance the classes, finish vanilla WoW, add all 50 dungeons, consult the source material, get the OG devs involved, like, very exciting stuff, right? Like, iterating on our favorite game of all time, finishing vanilla, or reimagining vanilla.
Yep.
But it's possible we're all off base. We're all way off base. And what Blizzard is actually doing is creating a new game.
You can't, chat, you can't be off base if we don't know if there is a base. Everything that we do is speculation, my dude. We're speculating with the things that we have in front of us. Sod was a thing. Agron commented that they're moving towards some kind of Classic Plus thing. They teased that they're going to drop something about WoW Classic. We know there's an era server coming. If we believe the leaked image, we know there's some kind of era server coming. So unless it's some kind of retail era server, maybe? Like they take the current version of retail and just redo everything? Like TBC not happening, Legion not happening, or like WoD not happening. I don't know.
WoW 2. They want to bridge. They want a land bridge between retail WoW, maybe just because it's Friday, I don't know, and classic players.
No. Why would they? Okay. Maybe I'm coming in a bit too hot, okay? Maybe I'm coming in a bit too hot. I apologize. To me, it doesn't make sense to have a land bridge between retail and classic players. I don't think Blizzard really cares for that. I think the only thing they care about in terms of that right now is what to do with the current classic version of the game, meaning Mists of Pandaria. Do they say, okay guys, Mists of Pandaria, that was the last thing we're doing with classic? We're stopping anything, like we're not going to WoD, we're not going to Legion. That's it. Your characters are now retail. Good luck. Maybe? But I don't think they're looking for some kind of land bridge. They just want players to play their games and spend money on their games. That's why we had the questionnaire with the questions like, hey, would you pay another subscription for another type of like WoW game or something?
And this game is new. So why do I feel upset with Blizzard a lot of the time? Why am I frustrated with Blizzard all the time? It all ties back to one thing, feeling like they're basically like disrespecting the source material of vanilla, right? And if they're creating a new game entirely, are they really disrespecting the source material if it's a new game? Like, for example, for the longest time now, I've been talking to you guys about retail models. Look at this model. This model looks like dog shit, right? Like,
that model looks perfectly fine. That model looks perfectly fine.
You and me both agree.
No.
It's terrible.
Not really, no.
If Blizzard gave us Classic Plus, and they said this is like, we're going to iterate on vanilla, and we're going to put retail models in, would you feel upset? I assume.
Nope. I would feel glad. Holy shit.
You would feel upset. It'd be a big deal for you. It'd be a big deal for me. It'd be a non-starter for me. Wouldn't play. Wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't log in.
I screwed up the bit.
And so, like, I'm trying to navigate my own emotions and feelings here. If this ends up being a brand new game, which I have reason to believe that that's what it is, actually.
It's
a
not.
brand new game.
It's not.
Completely new game. And it's essentially just going to be, it's just 2 retail WoWs for Blizzard.
Good. It's not. It's really, really not. Not it, Chief. Stop. I'm coming in too hot again. I don't think it's a new retail game. People have been very vocal about their displeasure in how retail is being handled. If they were to do a new retail game that, let's say for argument's sake, was a whole lot better than the current iteration of retail, that would literally demolish retail. It would basically just cannibalize their player base. Yep. I mean, let's go back a little bit. It could be that they are doing this because we don't really know what happens after the Last Titan. We don't know. But if they are making an additional game after the Last Titan, because we don't know what happens after the Last Titan. If they are doing this, wouldn't that mean that we would be getting this new game after the Last Titan? And if there was already some kind of playable version that content creators played of this Classic Plus thing, why would we think that this game is like 2 years away still? Why would we think that?
It's going to look modern. It's going to look like this. It's going to look like retail. It's not going to have that classic vanilla WoW charm. And I'm thinking to myself, do we have some grounds to be upset? At first I was feeling very upset because I felt like that wasn't what we were promised. But in reality, we weren't promised anything. They teased at something, that's it.
True. They only teased. They never really promised anything. And also, why are we upset at modern graphics? Listen, I like World of Warcraft. I like vanilla and all that. This is vanilla. Sod. Whatever. There's nothing wrong with it being modern. Why would it be wrong?
But in reality, and if you go watch it verbatim, what Holly says is like, oh, and classic players, hold on, like we have something, we're working on something big for classic players. You guys are going to really like that. And that's where I think Blizzard does have some accountability because they are specifically calling classic players out and saying classic players are going to really like what we're working on. Like,
yes, because they're making a Classic Plus. Yes.
In reality, we could have gotten bamboozled, guys. And it could not be Classic Plus. Classic Plus could have never existed.
And
this is something entirely
definitely
different.
an opinion.
I think WoW 2. And if they're doing WoW 2,
they're not.
Do they have grounds to use updated character models?
Yes.
And graphics and all that.
Yes.
I'm being honest, yes. And I don't feel like the source material being vanilla WoW is like disrespected if they do that. That's just a new game they wanted to make.
But
Now, it kind of depends how they present this to the community. Like, are they going to present it as like improved vanilla? Or are they really going to lean into the fact that this is a new game? This is a new game that we think classic players would enjoy. I'm not sure.
If I was very charitable to Blizzard, I would probably say that there is a chance that they are actually developing some kind of new game. But it's not really a new game. It's vanilla, but everything else, be it graphics, models, everything is updated to like 2027, right? Like, take a look at this tower here, this dwarven tower, right? This thing, right? Take a look. Now imagine if this was modern. We've all seen the modern structures like in our garrisons and all that. We've all seen housing and how good it's become. We've all seen this. If they were to do that, how would they monetize it? If it's not an additional subscription, how would they go about it? Because if it is an additional subscription, then most people will be like, one is enough, thanks. I'll just stick to retail and whatever we have now with Classic Anniversary, with Classic Current, MOP, whatever. That's what we're gonna stick with. Good luck with everything else. If they do this, that's terrible from a business standpoint. Now, if they say, okay, we're making this game, but you would have to buy it, like you would buy like vanilla back in the day. Possible. Doable. It would really need to be like really good in order to justify it. Because remember, we still have Classic Anniversary, we still have SOD, we still have retail, we still have Classic. You have these versions of WoW. Why would I pay an additional amount of money for an additional version of WoW?
Time will tell. But this is really throwing me for like a loop here. I'm trying to figure out how I feel about this.
How do you feel about
if
this?
If they just come up with a brand new story, WoW 2, WoW 2.0,
it's not going to be a brand new story. It's going to be
retail,
like,
but in its own universe.
Patch segments. It's not going to be a new story. It's going to be like some kind of patch segments. So think like the Gates of Anchorage. It's a patch. It wasn't the overarching story of World of Warcraft. Now, think about it like this. Classic Plus releases. We have Garrison Crypts, we have Enclave. Let's say there's like an additional raid. Mount Haijo. Okay. And that's going to be another patch. It's going to be another content drop. Right? Another raid. Demonfall Canyon. That was a dungeon. I completely forgot about it. I completely forgot about Demonfall Canyon. Holy hell. Oh, wait. Sorry. There we go. I completely forgot about it. Wait. Oh, bastardo. Kinda forgot. Hey, where is it? What? technical difficulties. Oh, wait. Bastard. Where are you? What? There it is. Huzzah. Oof. There we go. Forgot my vertical watching peeps.
I don't know how to feel about it. Maybe I would try it. Maybe I would play it because it's not actually Classic Plus. We were comparing apples to oranges, apples to apples, or whatever, but it actually, what they're working on is a vegetable.
No.
I don't know how to stand on this, guys. Like, I'm curious what you guys think about it. We've just been wired for the last 6 months to believe the Classic Plus is coming right around the corner. But dude, I have every reason in the world to believe that it never existed to begin with.
You don't actually know.
In reality, when we look at the facts, it doesn't seem like we have much to go on.
We do have a lot to go on. I don't know why we were ignoring all the information that we have.
So I'm curious if you're watching this right now, where has Blizzard specifically said it's going to be based on the vanilla world? Where have they said it's going to be?
They didn't say vanilla world. I never said that. How about this? How about this? Would Northrend, which is Wrath of the Lich King, be counted as vanilla? I would say yes. In my mind, whatever is on Azeroth, that's good content. If Blizzard had Kalimdor, the Eastern Kingdoms, and Northrend, with classic vanilla systems, gearing, adding a little bit of sod in there as well, fuck, I'd be happy. Not to say that TBC was bad or anything. TBC was perfectly fine. Great expansion. But if we're going by the what if the Dark Portal never opened? TBC never happens, which means we only have Vanilla, Classic, and Wrath. I would be okay with this.
You know what I mean? I think all it is what Holly said, and then her getting cut off. So I'm prepared going into this BlizzCon. I'm not sure if I'm going to go, guys, because I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a new game. Like, I would bet.
Maybe this is semantics, but what do you mean by a new game? This is the thing I don't understand. What do you mean by a new game? A new engine? Are we Unreal 5 right now? Is everything going to be like those light forsaken fucking freaking AI videos?
A large amount of money that it's just a new game at this point and the Classic Plus isn't coming. Curious how you feel about it. If you would play, if it still feels disrespectful in some way, if they end up using, like, basically, maybe not retail player models and character models, but like updated graphics for sure. And
yes.
What was explained to me is like basically like Silver Moon. If you look at modern retail Silver Moon, that type of graphics.
Sure.
How would you feel about it?
Perfect.
That's all. I just wanted to get this out there and see what my community has to say about it.
Oh, that's basically it. Wow. So that was a whole bunch of I just feel kind of things, huh? Okay, so let's go back to this.
Maybe we have heard the same things, or you know, I don't know. I feel like this is kind of a mixed bag for me, because there's some things that, if true, I definitely do like, but there's some major things that I feel like are really going to take a lot of people by surprise, and I'm not too sure how I feel about it. But if I stepped back and looked at it from Blizzard's perspective,
ooh, sorry about that.
To be completely honest,
oh my
if
God.
all of this is true, I'll give you an example of one of the things being graphics. You know, more retail-y. I do feel like from Blizzard's point of view, that does make sense, right? How can they sell development on a game with 22-year-old graphics on an older engine? You know, if they're going to put that much development time into something, it needs to reach a more broad audience, right? And we could look at it as, you know, from a massive company standpoint, are they going to design this game for, you know, let's say 300 to 500K classic players?
Number one issue is thinking that the Blizzard team is massive. We don't know how big the Blizzard team is, the classic team. We don't know how big it is. We don't. Just because Blizzard is a big company, that doesn't mean that a majority, not even a big percentage of the people are working on classic. Remember, a bunch of people got together and made Conquest of Azeroth, which, if you look at the videos, all of it seems pretty fun and interesting. But is Blizzard, do they have an entire team like that? No, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Or are they going to design this for, you know, the masses and try and appeal to a way broader audience, or even some of the retail audience when The Last Titan is over?
I feel like it's going to be for... maybe this is a cop-out for something in between, but not really. What I want is an improvement on SOD with just additional content. That's it. That's it. That's it, Chief. That's it. Pretty much it.
And even new players. And again, I want you guys to take this all with a grain of salt, but I'm making this video because first off, let's go over a little bit here. You guys know that I've only covered 2 leaks on this channel in the past like 4 months.
2 leaks.
I really never made many leak videos. And I only covered things that I thought could potentially be true. And
okay.
I don't really talk about this stuff unless I feel like it's accurate. And to be honest, what I'm hearing, word on the street, I guess I should say, I do feel like this makes sense. And I think that we've kind of buried our head in the sand and been...
Here's the thing I don't understand. People keep saying, I don't know, it feels like it makes sense. How? How does it feel like it makes sense? In what universe is all the feedback that Blizzard has been getting for what players want? In what universe does any of that feedback mention we want new game? People have always wanted vanilla, updated, to modern graphics, to modern day, modern age. That's what people wanted. As much as I love my old school character fucking designs, and graphics, and textures, as much as I like it, damn man, let's just try something a bit more updated. How about that?
Been talking about all this stuff that we wanted to see, and I think that ultimately what I'm trying to say is that I know the classic audience, my audience, everyone, all the classic creators, we're expecting this like classic plus, right? Or a classic 2.0. And
that is probably what we are going to be getting. We are going to be getting classic plus, but Blizzard is not gonna say, and now we are announcing classic plus. It's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. What's going to probably happen is they're going to go on stage and they're going to do their little spiel like, I hear some of you like the ice cream vanilla or whatever. So they're probably going to do something like, man, I really like this. I really like math. And the thing I like most in math is addition. I really like plus or whatever, or some stupid stuff like that. And then boom, classic WoW, plus additional content, experience World of Warcraft from a different timeline where the Dark Portal never opened. And then you have freaking it's very hard to self-censor, huh? You have like vanilla continents. Maybe they add Northrend in, because I would very much like to see that. You have Blood Elves as well. The thing about I don't know how they would manage Blood Elves or High Elves. I don't know how they'll manage factions as well. But what we do know is that we are getting the base game vanilla. So which means vanilla systems. Maybe additional systems like we had in SOD, which is why I say we're gonna get SOD. And on that additional, we're going to get other stuff.
And I don't think that's what we're getting. I think we're actually going to get... example is, look at the video I made 3 days ago where I was talking about Classic Plus probably isn't for everyone. It sits in the middle between retail and vanilla WoW, right? We have hardcore and era, we have retail on the other end. Classic Plus...
Just to be crystal clear, just to be crystal fucking clear, freaking clear, whatever. Not that big of a majority likes hardcore, because not that big of a majority are hardcore players. People just like a fun game. For God's sakes. GBay99. If you people don't know who he is, he was a League YouTuber. Probably still is right now, I don't know. He sat down and played Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, expansions and all that. And now he's playing through World of Warcraft. First he started with retail, kinda hit or miss. And then he started classic. And now he's starting like a full series about his journey from level 1 to max level, doing all sorts of interesting quests, interesting things in classic. And people are really liking that. People just want a fun game. And for some particular reason, vanilla was really fun. Retail is very new player friendly. Very new player friendly. You have a line that goes, you have to go here, and then you have to go here, and then you do this. But you also have multiple lines but all of them kind of go exactly in the same direction, where it's like an end game, and the end game content is always, well, now it's just Mythic Plus and raids. That's it. Dungeons and raids. It's always dungeons and raids. That's always been kind of like the end game. PvP has basically been kind of abandoned on retail. PvP and vanilla, that was an experience to say the least. But yeah, I don't know why people think that we're getting a new game. We're not. We're getting SOD just cranked up to 11.
Plus needs to sit somewhere in the middle.
Oh, good lord. Also, Gamescom stuff. We should probably react to some of that stuff too.
And, you know, in my video I was talking about like maybe we do it like where it's just like a little bit more of a vanilla and a little bit more of like a Wrath style of class design and, you know, exploring the vanilla world and all this stuff.
Yeah.
In my head, I'm picturing this all with the classic graphics and models and all of that stuff. But what if Blizzard took it, you know, a step further and it's not Classic 2.0? What if it's more of what I would consider...
See what they're doing? What if it's not Classic 2.0? It's not WoW 2.0. It's not.
Like a vanilla remix, but a standalone game that is ongoing and is going to get developed for 10 plus years. They are, from what I'm hearing, maybe, you know, it all depends, and Kargaz said this really well in his video, how they market this to the player base, right? If they market this as a Classic Plus or a Classic 2.0, we're going to be consistently, you know, constantly, I should say, comparing it to vanilla, right?
I guess? Yeah? People did that with SOD 2, I think. They compared it to vanilla. But let's not mix things up. People really liked SOD. So much so that even after Blizzard said a year and a half ago, I think, a year ago. No, a year and a half ago, I think. I don't fucking... Yeah. So much so that when Blizzard said, hey, we're kind of like stopping development of SOD to focus on other things, people just stopped playing because no new content. And if you're not going to do anything with it, what's the point? But not just that, people then started coming back. There's literally people right now online playing SOD. Granted, probably not a lot of people. Probably not. But it's there.
If they market it as a brand new game, then I do think it opens the door for people like even myself who has been expecting a Classic Plus this whole time. If it's marketed as a new game, it kind of opens my mind a little bit and allows me to look at it from a different point of view.
If they market it as a new game, by the very definition of the words that we're using, it's going to be a new game because it's not going to be vanilla, it's not going to be classic, it's not going to be retail, it's going to be Classic Plus, SOD Plus, which means it's going to be a new thing. Yes. Yes, by the very definition of the words that we use.
It's a new game, if it's a different thing, I would be pretty interested in giving it a shot and trying it out. But again, I want to let you guys know that I'm I'm always honest with you, brutally honest. I'm not afraid of the comments I'm going to get. I'm someone who I thrive on arguments. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm into it. I don't care. But
yeah.
What I'm getting at is I'm trying to, the things that I've heard, I just feel like are going to really, really take the classic player base by surprise. If they're true. I don't know if they're true. I've not been in talks with Blizzard. I have no concrete.
Okay, the things that he has heard. Okay. I'm not buddy-buddy with a lot of people in this WoW content creator community. I am not. I am only working on the information that is publicly available. And I believe that most of it points to some kind of Classic Plus. Could I be wrong? Sure, yeah. But I feel like that's just a definitional kind of problem. What you say is a new game, I would just say it's just basically the old game plus additional things added to the game. If it's a new, if we're saying, okay, then if it's not the old game because it's the old game, and it's not the new game because it's a new game, if it's like the old game plus additional things, then that's probably a new game. Yeah.
Evidence, I should say, except for what I would consider some pretty reliable sources. And you know, you could say I've heard it through the grapevine. This is kind of spreading like wildfire. I'm seeing more and more people talk about it in the past 24 hours. And I do think.
Yeah, but this isn't the past like 24 hours. This is like the past few days, because somebody was like, "Yo, what if this was not this?" Everything has pointed that this is this. Can't not be this. You get what I mean.
Think that, you know, I owe it to at least my community to kind of.
Tiles Survive has to be one of the most relaxing and comforting games of 2026. There's no pressure, and it's super easy to play.
No, I don't care. Go away. Go away, ad. Go away. Go away. AI. Go away.
They curb your expectations because it could exceed your expectations in some ways, but let you know that there is a very big possibility that we don't get what everyone thinks we're going to get, right? And we have to go back and realize here that throughout this entire process, there has never been a single point where Blizzard has stated Classic Plus is coming and it is going to be X, right? It's going to be this.
This
they
is
have
true.
Never said that.
They have kept it quiet.
Ever, not once.
For some shock and
we could sit
awe
here
reasons.
and let's say whatever comes out, if it's a new game or if it's Classic 2.0 or whatever comes out and says, you know, we're like, this is nothing like what we wanted. Well, they never promised us anything to begin with. And if you go back through all my videos over the past like 12 months, I've said multiple times that I know we keep getting these hints, but Blizzard has never come out and said what Classic Plus is going to be or anything like that.
True.
So for anyone who would potentially feel lied to or betrayed or anything like that, it's not really, you know, they never said it, right? Like we've been in our heads this whole time. We made all this up essentially in hopes that we were getting what we wanted. But when
okay, yeah, I can agree. A lot of people did want some kind of Classic Plus thing, especially since the Turtle WoW and Conquest of Azeroth, like private server video things, like went out. Of course, people see that and think, "Wow, that looks really fun. Why don't we have that?" Yes. People have some form of expectation. I am expecting something that will be WoW, that would be some kind of classic with additional things added to it. If you want to classify that as a new game, sure. Then we are both in agreement. We get classic. Sorry, I have to stop saying classic. We get SOD plus additional things. Yes. I don't know, would people consider SOD to be a new game? Wouldn't that be like a new game then? SOD. I don't know, this kind of feels like it just boils down to definitions.
When you step back and look at it from their point of view, right? We wanted something that is massively developed and massively different.
Yeah.
It needs to be just that, right? It needs to be something that they can say, you know what, investing all this development time in, investing all these man hours into is worth it. And it's going to appeal to a wider audience. It's going to appeal to a new player base. It's going to appeal to some of the classic players, but probably not all of them. And I do think this is something that, that if this is all true, a lot of people are going to definitely struggle with this for sure. Myself personally, you know, I'm a big WoW fanboy no matter what. I'll always get everything, the good old college try, you know what I'm saying? And if it's for me, if it's for me. If it's not, it's not. But at the end of the day, it really hits home what I'm hearing. Because there is like, again, I'm going to keep referencing the last video I put out because I put out that video before I started hearing all of this stuff. And I almost feel like I can't believe I was so...
The thing I don't understand is hearing this stuff from who? Who said these things? Who? Who? Who?
So close, but so far at the same time with my expectations. If this is all real, I do think that potentially we're going to be getting, and again, this is all speculation based off of what I would consider to be pretty accurate sources. Again, it could be wrong, right?
Okay, yeah.
I have not seen visually anything myself. I have not been in contact with Blizzard. I'm not NDA'd or anything like that. This is just through the grapevine of what I'm hearing. And I do feel like I have to, you know.
Okay, so if I now make 50 Twitter accounts posting that it's not going to be a new game, it's just going to be Classic Plus, like SOD plus, would that be like the grapevines? Okay.
I feel like I've done my due diligence over the last 24 hours before making this video, and I guess I'm competent enough to say all this stuff. But at the same time, again, I could be completely wrong because I have not seen anything with my own eyes. I don't know any concrete information aside from what I'm...
Okay. It can't be that, okay, I've done my due diligence, I did my research, I am fairly confident, that's why I'm making this video. Could be wrong. Okay. I guess, sure.
I'm being told by what I would consider to be credible sources.
I am being very negative right now. I don't know. I feel like this is just things that don't make sense. They don't. We just feel like most content creators that are putting this out there are just doing it for like the hype of the thing. BlizzCon is like 10-15 days away. Classic Plus is everything that everybody's talking about. Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
What are these AI videos, dude?
And I think that people need to brace themselves. I think that people are going to be shocked, but I do think that maybe if it's marketed the right way, this could be pretty huge. I think that, again, like, I'm going to keep going back to what Kargas said in his video. He hit home with what he said with, like, if it's marketed as a classic 2.0, people are going to struggle with it. If it's marketed as a new game, you know, I think people will be a lot more open-minded, myself.
I feel like we're using different words to describe things. If it's marketed as Classic 2.0, what does that mean? Let's go down to basics. What does Classic 2.0 mean? A second version of Classic. To me, that is nothing new. We work with what we have, no additional content. We just balance stuff. That's pretty much it. We balance, we improve on the first version. That's why we have a second version. If you're saying okay, it's not going to be Classic 2.0, it's going to be a new game. Do we consider SOD a new game? If we do, then yeah, okay, you're right. If we don't consider SOD a new game, then can we just consider it a sort of trial run of Classic Plus? So additional stuff, right? We're working in the frame of Classic, but we're adding stuff, which means it's Classic Plus. To me, 2.0 means you're improving on the second version. You're not really adding content, you're improving what is there. But again, maybe my definition of that and their definition of that is different. I might be wrong with that. Perfectly fine. I can admit that. But I feel like too many things point to some kind of system where it's the classic game before where the Dark Portal never opened, TBC never happened. So we're in vanilla. If people are like, don't expect vanilla, that could basically mean, yeah, they added Northrend. So it's not vanilla, it's with Wrath as well. It's going to be different and turning heads and whatever. Okay, that could mean they're not adding TBC, which is going to be strange, right? We're not adding any of the expansions. So you just have, imagine Dalaran, but you have Dalaran not in Northrend, you have it in the Eastern Kingdoms. Pretty cool. You have Wrath without the Cataclysm. Pretty cool. Let's say it's like a different timeline, right? Okay. Let's say in this timeline, they'll come out and say, after the Wrath of the Lich King and Arthas' death, Dalaran moved back to the Dalaranian crater or whatever. Silvermoon opened their borders to everybody since there's no need for, like, there's peace on Azeroth. The factions are no longer important. Every quest hub is different, meaning you can be an orc that goes to Stormwind, Blood Oath goes to Darnassus, whatever. It could just mean these things. It's not like we're gonna have so many improved graphics. Maybe we will. I would be okay. I would be okay instead of having like the old school textures. I would be okay with these trees in front of me right now. You can't see it from the fucking thing. But yeah, I would be okay with these trees being the updated trees. Like trees from the housing stuff. Why not? I would like that. It would be cool. Stuff like that. So it's really like what you mean when you say the thing, right? A new timeline could mean, okay, after Wrath, no Cataclysm, so we're stuck with Northrend, Kalimdor, Eastern Kingdoms. I don't know about the islands, like Kultiras and all that. I don't know about that. Maybe that. No Shadowlands, no Cataclysm, no Mop. Maybe Mop, I don't even know about that too. No TBC. TBC does not even exist. And Illidan, instead of going to Outland in Warcraft 3, he goes to another place. Who knows? It all kind of depends on how you... What do you mean?
Both included. And what I do personally think that we are getting for a Classic Plus, like what we've been calling it, is going to be way more along the lines of what I would I guess what I would call maybe a vanilla remix, but its own standalone game with development for years and years to come, and probably expansions and all of that stuff, but set in the vanilla universe with a vanilla lore, and you know, maybe the Dark Portal not opening and all that stuff that we've kind of been seeing people.
Okay, so yeah, I can agree on this, right? It's like a definitional thing. He would define it an entire new game with like its own development and all that. Cool. I would just say it's Classic Plus, which means it's the classic game plus additional stuff added to it. Improvements. Not just a 2.0, which is just the game plus just improvements. This is classic plus the improvements plus additional content.
We'll hint at over the last 12 months. So it all kind of lines up really well. I'm definitely just, personally, I'm a little bit torn, right? I don't know what to believe, and I don't know
why.
Part of me wants to sit here and be like, man, it's super tone deaf if we get like retail graphics and models and stuff, because that's like a major deal breaker for a lot of people.
Why? 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 Why is that a deal breaker? Why? It's not a deal breaker. A deal breaker would probably be transmog. I would be iffy there for like a classic thing. I like transmog in retail because I want retail to move into the direction where Final Fantasy goes, where the story is interesting, albeit currently not all that interesting. Yeah, but I want it to move more like in the direction of Final Fantasy, where it's not just the end game is dungeons, raids. The end game, my personal opinion, the end game of every MMO should be transmog, be it fashion, housing, and community stuff. For those of you who are too young to remember, World of Warcraft got insanely popular because people created content about the game. We had machinima. We had old PvP videos. We had content created in the game, community content. That's what's kind of missing. Housing is great. They just need to slightly improve upon it, I suppose. For instance, I do not like that I have to level up my house in order to get bigger rooms. Why? Okay, I guess. Sure, fine. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. No sense to me. No sense. It's whatever. There we go. Yeah. I don't know why everybody's so against the new graphics. I don't understand, but maybe it's a nostalgia thing. Okay. Sure.
You know, we can't unsee and unfeel the bounce, right, of the retail models and the classic damage numbers in combat. That to me, I mean, I literally made a full video 3 days ago talking about how important it is for the game to at least feel like classic.
I can agree with this. This is very true. Even I have tried to like create the damage numbers in retail to be like that in classic. Because I don't know, the damage numbers in retail just don't seem off to me. It's just a feeling. Yeah. So I can agree on that. Yeah, sure. But that's why I think we're not getting a new game.
Like, right. Like the combat feels completely different in retail. But at the same time, that's me talking about it in a way of calling.
The combat feels different because the systems are different. The way you attack is different. That's pretty much it. Imagine what kind of world we would have, what kind of WoW we would have, if they just continued that, like in Vanilla and TBC, maybe even Wrath, if they just continued that style instead of the current push button, instant action, damage number, healing number, whatever. I like my healers.
Calling it a Classic Plus, and if it's not a Classic Plus, and it's a new game, then I really have no grounds to complain. They're entitled to make whatever game they want to make. And if it's not marketed as Vanilla 2.0 or Classic Plus, that it is what it is. And I do want to say that also from these sources I'm hearing that there's zero connection to like
who
like anything going on in China. China's stuff is going to be completely separate from ours. Don't know how true that is. I don't know how true any of this is.
Separate.
I just feel like...
Separate, yes, but Blizzard has learned from that, and they're going to implement what they've learned into this.
For me personally, I would consider this reliable stuff, and that's why I'm making a video on it, and that's why I said I haven't made like a million leak videos. I don't really talk about things unless I actually believe them to some extent.
Okay.
Which is why I decided to record this video. But I do think it's important to kind of curb people's expectations slightly, in my own included, and go into everything with kind of like an open mind. Like, who knows? You know what I mean? Like, if you really sit back and think about this from Blizzard's perspective, how could they possibly develop a game for, like, let's just say on the high end, 500,000 classic players till the end of time, where you know, people are going to drop off and all that stuff? Like, I get it from a business perspective. They want to design a game that appeals to a way wider audience. Might be a different audience, but at the end of the day, this really lines up with me if we look at the previous leak that we all kind of found out was actually real, where we saw the, you know, the franchise slate, where it showed like Camelot and it showed Wrath of a Lich King coming for Anniversary, and then it showed in 2028 a Vanilla Fresh, and then a TBC after that, and a Wrath after that. So this really does check out, if that leak was true, which we all felt it was probably like 99% true. It checks out that this would be so different from the classic that we're all expecting, because they're going to keep Vanilla, TBC, and Wrath and Hardcore alive pretty much forever.
Yeah.
So that would allow them the space to kind of have this sit in between retail and those classic expansions. Not really sure, again, how I fully feel about it at this point in time. Again, I would go into everything with an open mind, especially if it's a new game, which I have reason to believe it is. And I don't know. I'm still very excited for BlizzCon. I'm excited to see what's going on. And I just wanted to kind of make this video to talk to my audience specifically and let you guys know that there's some stuff out there going around that I want everyone to fully think about it a little bit. And if this stuff is true, just be ready for the fact that it could not be. It could potentially not be what we've all drummed it up to be, and that's our own fault. We kind of just did this in our own heads, right? The creators and the player base and all this stuff. Blizzard has never promised us anything. Blizzard has never said what they are doing. It's all just been hints and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm going to end this here because I'm just kind of rambling, but let me know how you guys feel about what I just said down in the comments below.
Rambling.
Let me know if you've heard anything. And again, take this all with a grain of salt. You know, I'm not speaking truth here that I know to be 100% true. I'm just going off of what I'm hearing through the grapevine of what I would consider reliable sources. And yeah, let me know what you guys think. Follow me over on Twitch, twitch.tv/hammerdance. Subscribe to the channel if you guys love Classic as much as me. But anyways, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. I'll see you all in the next one.
Certain... Jesus. I'm fairly certain nearly nobody is watching this. Nearly. That was a word. Nobody is watching this. So, yeah. Subscribe. Yeah, cool. So, we saw Kargos video. We saw Hammerdance's video. Let's see the second video of Hammerdance.
A little bit about the video that I put out yesterday. And if you guys haven't seen it, it's called Classic Plus Doesn't Exist. And I think that there is a lot of people out there who kind of understood what I was trying to do and say. But for the people who didn't fully understand what I was getting at with that video, I am going to talk about it here with you guys today in kind of a more, like, you know, less formal, just walk and talk situation.
Fucking awesome. Let's go.
Gonna pop up. There we go. We're walking through Elwyn on our warrior from Season of Discovery. Now, in the video yesterday, I stated that I have some evidence
Let's go.
and some sourcing that indicated to me that Classic Plus is potentially a lot different than what we think it would be, right? Like what we, I guess what I'm trying to say is what we've kind of romanticized Classic Plus to be. In my opinion, if all this stuff is accurate, and no, I'm not going to share where I got the information from, obviously, but I have reason to believe that it's very accurate, and it makes...
Okay, if you're not going to share, that's fine. If you're so convinced at it, it's either, then it's one of the content creators that has already played the game. Because only they actually know, either Blizzard knows, and they know. Those are the people that know. That's all of them. Those are the people that know. So you've either heard it from them or from them. If you're so adamant that you are correct.
Makes a lot of sense when you really look at things in a wider sense, a wider scope, I guess. And that is that Classic Plus, the way that we have envisioned it, does not exist. But that doesn't mean that what we are getting isn't a form of Classic Plus, right? And when I say that, I mean that basically what I'm trying to say is we all already knew from the data mines, right, that Project Camelot is its own mainline standalone thing, right? So
yes, we know that Project Camelot is an era server. Yes. We know this. Yes.
Not sure 100% on the name if it's actually Camelot or if that's just a code name, but let's just, for the purposes of this video, call it World of Warcraft Camelot. I don't know if that's actually what it is. In a sense, it could be, and it makes sense when I explain this all to you again. So, from what I've seen, World of Warcraft Camelot is technically supposed to be its own thing, its main thing, like the new main WoW game, right? Retail is going to be entering its next expansion, which is technically the last expansion of the World Soul Saga. Classic is at a crossroads where do they really go from where they've gone? We've seen, you know, with Mists of Pandaria that we've gone all the way to MoP now, and as we get further and further, you lose more and more players, right? So I'm not sure if they're going to continue WoD. I have no idea about that. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But Classic has kind of hit a point where...
we are fully in agreement, like, with all of this. Yes.
Most people have kind of recognized the fact that Classic, for a lot of the community, stops after Wrath of the Lich King, right? The original trilogy of Vanilla, TBC, and Wrath of the Lich King. And, you know, we've talked about Classic Plus. Season of Discovery was a testing ground for Classic Plus, right? And...
Again, yes. Yes. This is true. Season of Discovery was indeed a testing ground, much like the Chinese Titan server is a testing ground. Yes.
Really, where could Blizzard go that would make everyone happy? Because if you haven't been living under a rock, which I know a lot of you are up to date on all this information, you watch all the videos, you read all the posts, you've probably seen all the leaks, most of them were fake. Like, Blizzard, if you really think about it, if they tried to do a Classic Plus in the way that we wanted them to do a Classic Plus, and again, watching this video for me right now, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm not 100% certain on everything, but I'm pretty damn sure I can trust what I'm telling you guys. And if I'm wrong,
you can trust the source that I'm wrong when BlizzCon happens, which we do not know who it is.
Confident in this. And where could Blizzard have gone with Classic Plus that would have made everyone happy, right? If they would have went with a vanilla that had some new zones in the world, so new quests sprinkled in here and there with very little class changes, you'd have a large portion of the community that's upset.
Yes, because nobody wants no class changes. Yes, yes. Correct. Nobody wants no new class changes. People want an expansion of the classes. People want that in retail. Yes. Yes, people want that in retail too. Yes, yes. What? No can do, Chief. Yes, people want class changes. Yes, an expansion of the classes. There's a reason why this private server Conquest of Azeroth thing was so popular. Because they expanded on the classes. People have wanted an expansion of the classes for so long. But Blizzard refuses to do it. They refuse. They don't do it. Why can't I be a red paladin with a sword and a shield? Why can't I be a holy damage priest? Why? Why? Yes, people would be upset if there's no class changes. If you just add a zone and some quests, yeah, people will be upset, yes.
If they went with a vanilla that's a little bit more sod-like with a ton of class changes and a bunch of new systems and all that, you have a large portion of the community that's upset, right? Those are both.
Only the vanilla Puritans are upset, and the ones that are like no changes. I don't like those people. Not a fan. No. 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 No changes was a terrible thing. Terrible thing. No. I don't know what else to say. I will reiterate. People have always wanted the vanilla systems, combat, talents, vanilla systems brought to the modern age. That's what people wanted. If my human paladin can have a bit more animation to his body and still auto attack like in vanilla, like it was, I would be happy. Yes. Most people would be happy. Yes.
Both extremes. There is really no middle ground there where everyone is happy because Classic Plus looks like something different.
He is true. You can't please everybody. This is true. Yes. I can agree with this.
To literally every single person who plays this game. I get comments all the time. I've seen the wildest things come out of my comments of what people wanted for Classic Plus. Some people want Classic Plus to be based in Wrath. Some want it based in TBC. Some want it based in Vanilla. Some want Clash changes. Some want no changes. Some want it to be faster leveling. Some want it to be slower leveling. There is no making everybody happy. And why I'm making this video today in a follow-up of the last video we made is because I personally believe that this is a really, really good thing, and I think Blizzard is actually cooking, and what they're doing here, if they do it right, they most likely have a home run. And the reason for that is if you think back to original WoW.
Yes, people have always wanted some kind of vanilla plus. Yes, as evident of the popularity of all the private servers that do vanilla plus. Yes. This is true. Yes. If Blizzard does it correct, people will be happy. Yes.
WoW, when original WoW was created, it was created by people full of passion, right? And it was the developer's game.
Sorry to stop it on here, but that sentence is so freaking true. So true. Think about all the greatest hits in gaming, in movies. All of them are passion projects. Not all of them, but a majority of the successful ones are passion projects. World of Warcraft is what it is because it was a passion project. Lord of the Rings had a small budget, but it was passion. Deadpool 2 with Wolverine. No, Deadpool and Wolverine, not Deadpool 2. Deadpool and Wolverine. Ryan Reynolds literally told the guys, this is the budget. You're not gonna give me more. This. We're not gonna do this. I know you're offering me way more. No. This. We're going to be working with this. And they found, and it was a passion project. When you're constrained, you have to be creative. You have to be smart. That's when great media comes out.
Created a game that they themselves wanted to play. Okay? The community had no say in what they were designing, for the most part, right?
True.
How about $100,000 in cash? The Ridge will let you choose whatever fits best for you. The Ridge is giving away.
Wow, it's a car. Yeah, good. Yeah.
And I think that the developers, if all this is true, and when I say all of this, like I have so much in my head that I don't want to say. But if
you have so much in your head that you don't want to say because you've probably talked to one of these content creators under NDA or like somebody that works under Blizzard that is also under NDA, and you're very careful about not saying it. Let's just want to be clear. We have no idea. No one has any idea of what this Camelot era project will be. Nobody has an idea. No one. Except for Blizzard and the people that were fortunate enough to play it, but content creators, right? So everything you say is speculation unless you've spoken to either one side or the other and they've told you.
If all of it is true, and I know this is, I'm gonna get roasted in the comments for this, but I'm trying to just let you guys know that, like, don't overreact, because
okay,
it's sick. Like this whole thing, if it's all true, like what they're doing, they made the right call. They made the right choice, and in the long term, in the long run for this game, it is going to be awesome.
Great.
But again, going back to what I was trying to say, back in 2004, the developers made a game that they themselves wanted to play, right? Now, what if they just did the same thing here? What if they did the exact same thing? What if they sat back and they said, you know what? There is literally nothing we can do to make the entire community happy. This half's going to be upset if we go this way. This half's going to be upset if we go this way. So what if they sat back and they were like, you know what? Why don't we take the community out of the equation and make a game that we think is going to be fun to play and that's going to live a very long time and that we can get funding to develop in the long term, right? Because if you think about it, my last video, all I really talked to you guys about was I heard that it has updated graphics. We didn't specifically say retail graphics or retail character models. That could mean anything, and that's really all I've heard. Like, all I actually know is updated graphics, right? So that could mean a world in which maybe they go a completely different route than retail. Maybe it doesn't look like classic. Maybe it's like higher poly stuff, higher textured zones and environments, higher poly models and assets in the game.
Yes, this is the point that I'm bringing up all the time. What we say and what we mean probably differs. So updated graphics could literally be the entire world is updated. The entire world. Every building is like the garrison buildings, every building everything is updated, everything. Or it could mean, oh yeah, the current models just have a slight better resolution. Probably made with AI. Probably not. I don't know. Blizzard. I love you. Did. Who knows?
Game, character models, whatever, but maybe it's not retail. Maybe it's entirely new, right? Camelot is a new thing. Like, I'm at a point in my brain where now, after knowing what I know, I'm looking at this as a completely new game. I'm not looking at it as like a vanilla classic plus. I'm looking...
I feel like this is just this is just a definition thing. It's not a new game. It's classic plus. Classic plus. I feel like my definition is way better than their definition, because if we are going to say that whatever's going to be presented is a new game, then we have to consider SOD a new game, right? Because they added stuff, right? And I don't consider SOD a new game. It's just an early version of Classic Plus. Right?
Looking at it as like a new WoW, right? Set in like maybe a quote-unquote Classic Plus environment, where the world could be set in Azeroth and in all the zones that we know and love, but maybe they look different. Maybe there's all new quests in all these zones, or maybe there's some new quests sprinkled in with old quests, or maybe the whole game has been revamped. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't know that. You know what I'm saying? I'm going based off the information that I have heard, and I'm only relaying it to you guys because I feel very confident in this information. And
I got bored of SOD.
When you sit back and think about the Classic Plus that we wanted, right? We wanted vanilla again with some new quests, some new zones, new raids, all of this stuff. We're basically asking for a new game, right? So what if that's exactly...
No. I guess yes and no, if you want to be that specific about it. Yes and no. Yes, we wanted a new game, but we wanted vanilla. We wanted vanilla. With additional thing. Vanilla expanded. Expanded vanilla plus. That's what we wanted. That's what everybody wanted. That's what everybody always wanted. They wanted vanilla to have the classes balanced, to have the graphics improved a bit. Hold on. We are going to take off where we left off, which is Hillsbrad. Yeah. That's what people wanted. That's what people always wanted. The no changes crowd was just a bit too loud. That was the problem. Yeah, man. Like, how about this? How about this? Think of it this way. If you told me this Vanilla Plus project has flying mounts, I would hate it. Don't like it. No thanks. But if they're adding Northrend, then they would really need to figure out how to do like Storm Peaks and like Ice Crown and in all the zones that require a flying mount. To be fair, for those who don't know, you can get a fly mount that you can only use in these two zones, and you can get it in Storm Peaks. So I guess that's a good workaround. But still, yeah.
Exactly what they deliver us. You know what I'm trying to say? Even if it doesn't look identical to the old Classic, how could that potentially be horrible, right? It's definitely something worth looking into and interesting to me if that's really what it is. Maybe there's a toggle where we could switch back and forth between classic and the new modern graphics, whatever they come up with. But
sure,
I wouldn't
they can do it like in Diablo 2.
I know we all hate the bounce of the retail character models, and you know.
Why? The bounce? I don't understand it. I don't know what that means. But if people are upset about it, okay, they can be upset about it. I don't understand why though.
No, I would expect to see definitely like animations and things a lot more flashy. That's just the way things are now, and that's fine. But you got to step back and look at it from a different point of view and realize if they're not trying to remake classic, we really have nothing to compare it to, and we can go into it with a super open mind, right? Like you could go into it as a new game, a new World of Warcraft game, and be like, maybe you have a really good time, maybe you don't.
Yeah.
It's not for you. But my point being is that classic is always going to be here at this point. We saw on the leak of the franchise slate that we are going to get another vanilla in 2028. We're going to get another TVC. We're going to get another Wrath of the Lich King. So clearly, to some extent, they plan on recycling classic in that way. Hardcore will always be here. Era will always be here. And maybe Camelot, you know, is not going to be called Classic Plus, which we kind of already knew that. They were never going to call it Classic Plus. That's what content creators and the community have coined it in the past few years, right? So in a way, yes. Maybe the vision of Classic Plus that we were all thinking of, like the game that looks like this, is no longer on the table if this is what they come out with. But maybe it looks better. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they hit it home with how it looks, or maybe the graphics are just slightly updated. We don't know that for sure. I have not seen it with my own eyes, so I do not know. I'm just relaying information to you guys, and I'm trying to shed some light on the fact that, to be completely honest, I think that after seeing this, and if it is true, I would be so much more happy with this new game or new product that they put out than I would have been with the Classic Plus that we all have been saying we wanted, because to be...
What have people been saying about what they want in Classic Plus? Have people just been saying like, oh, balance the classes and just add a few more quests? Is that it? Am I insane? Have I missed something? The way I understood it, people have always said like, yeah, just add new content. Like a new raid, finish Mount Hyjal, finish the Mount Hyjal Furbog raid or whatever. Like these things. Yeah, that means adding new stuff, new zones, new raids. Yes, SOD, expanded, yes.
Be completely honest, to get a different result and a different outcome, you need to change the formula. And if we got a Classic Plus that was just vanilla again with some new stuff added on top or into it, and maybe some things changed here and there, even new class design and all that, eventually it would hit the same roadblocks. It would become a raid log simulator. It would become all the same things that we got bored of already, right? So in my opinion, I think we all need to go into this with a super open mind. I've actually, honestly, after doing this and making that video and learning about this stuff, whether it's true or not, it's actually made me even more excited. And now I feel like I hope that it is this, because I do think there's a lot more longevity there, and I just want to jump into a game where I don't know anything, man. You know, and even knowing some things is fine, but I don't want to know everything. I want things to look different. I want...
Yes. I agree. It will be difficult, but I believe SOD managed this, right? And also, if you don't want to know everything, and stop looking up guides and stuff. The problem with current... Tangent! The problem with current gaming is that everybody's looking for the min-max, the optimal way to play. They're looking stuff up before the game is even released. People have Classic Plus theory crafting. What are you theory crafting? We don't even know what's going to be in the thing. What are you theory crafting? Speculation. It's like me saying, okay guys, today we're going to be theory crafting about the Classic Plus Witch Doctor class. Are we getting a Witch Doctor class? I don't know. But we're gonna theory craft about it, okay? No sense. No sense. Okay, that's... okay, the yelling is kind of disturbing. Stop.
want this tree to not be here in the version of the game. I want that tree not to be there. I want that house to maybe have a different color roof. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Because we've played this game so much that no matter what, even if they release a Classic Plus with no beta or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Because in modern day gaming, everything is going to be figured out within the first week, and there will be guides, there will be articles written, that it will all be figured out, and just the meta will be figured.
Side note. Probably true. Guides will come out. People will theorycraft. People will brainstorm ideas. If you want to have fun in video games, do not do this. Thank you for the attention to this matter. Just don't. Read your talents. Read what they do. Figure out your own spec. If you truly wish to be at the maximum power with talents and everything, yeah, sure. If that's your thing, do it. Look up guides, look up this, look up that. But if you're the type of like raid leader or something, and you're like, you have to have the most optimal talents and gear in order to participate in my raid, because I want my raid to be done 2 minutes earlier than the average, then it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Come on. What are we doing? Is it really that important? Really? Is it? If you're a hardcore player, sure. If you're like a hardcore guild, sure. But if you're doing pugs and stuff, come on. Come on, dude. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Figured out everything. And that'll happen in a new game as well, but it'll take a lot longer. And that's just normal. That's every game that comes out nowadays. But anyways, I don't want to ramble on for too long. I want you guys to be hyped up. I want everyone to be excited. I'm excited. I want to know if this stuff is true, and man, if it is, I think we are in for one hell of a ride. I think this is going to be a sick BlizzCon, and I'm going to be streaming the whole thing live. I'm going to be home. I'm not going to actually be at BlizzCon. We'll be live streaming it, and I'm just mega excited, and I can't wait. So let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. I want to keep having some good discussions about this. I think today, you know, after the video I put out, you know, we've had some wild discussions. So I want to know what you guys think. Follow me over on Twitch, twitch.tv/hammerdance, and subscribe to the channel if you guys love Classic as much as me. But anyways, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening in. I'll see you all in Camelot.
Okay. Okay. So we should temper our expectations about what it will be. Okay. Now let's see what this guy has to say. Note, I already watched these videos. We're just rewatching them so I can react to them so you can see what I mean, right?
I appreciate. Hey, we have one. Good morning, evening, or afternoon, everybody. Today we have one heck of a video, and I just want to preface this by saying I don't usually do this. I'm not one for drama. I do not seek it out. I do not call people out. However, today we got some pretty crazy videos that have been dropping from fellow content creators who I frankly think are just straight up wrong. As you can tell by the title, it is Kargos and Hammerdance. They both posted videos yesterday saying that Classic Plus isn't real, and you know how hyped and excited and passionate I am about this, so I'm just flat out saying.
Be right back. Okay, we're back. Let's see here. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. That was loud. So let's see. Let's see what this guy has to say about Classic Plus and the other videos that we reacted to, shall we?
Good morning, evening, or afternoon, everybody. Today we have one heck of a video, and I just want to preface this by saying I don't usually do this. I'm not one for drama. I do not seek it out. I do not call people out. However, today we got some pretty crazy videos that have been dropping from fellow content creators who I frankly think are just straight up wrong. As you can tell by the title, it is Kargos and Hammer Dance. They both posted videos yesterday saying that Classic Plus isn't real, and you know how hyped and excited and passionate I am about this, so I'm just flat out saying they're wrong, and we are getting it, and I'm going to prove it to you in just a bit. But before we get there, we have 17 days until BlizzCon, and we find out exactly who's right. So, you know.
Isn't it like 15 days? Never mind.
We'll see that. But for real, Kargos and Hammer are really great content creators, and they're pillars of the classic community.
I do not dispute that. I don't know them. I haven't consumed their content. I'll probably check them out, see what's what. But yeah, they seem like pretty cool people. Pretty informed. Yeah, I sometimes just maybe come in a little bit too hot with opinions and stuff, okay?
Always making awesome stuff. So, without further ado, let's dive down this rabbit hole, and I'll see you then. So here are the videos. Kargos also did a 6-hour stream talking about this as well. But here's his video that he did. I will link this down below if you want to check it out. I watched the entire thing.
I'm not going to be reacting to a 6-hour video. I mean, I might, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows?
I even reacted briefly emotionally yesterday as we began the stream, if you want to go watch that VOD and see that there. Then we also watched Hammers as well, saying Classic Plus does not exist. And what these two videos have in common is they don't show any evidence. They say they have good, strong sources that has caused them to wildly change their opinions and think something else, think we're not getting it, think it is going to be wildly different. Claims of like ogres, high elves, claims of retail graphics being put in there, claims of so many different things that it's just like we see these very unfounded without any shred of evidence, when all the things that we have data mined, all the things that we do see, all the things the devs are saying, the people from Blizzard themselves tend to side on the side of otherwise, so we're going to get it. But once again, two great creators. Definitely check out these videos and come to the conclusions for yourself. So I want to start off, ironically, going to a post by Agrin on Hammer Dance's video towards the end of SOD. And it says right here, I don't want to reread this, I've read this to you guys 100 times, but there are some things that we did in SOD that we will never do again, and there are many more things in SOD that we want to keep developing and carry forward. To put a pin in that, our team is also growing as well, specifically in the department of design, i.e. the people that can truly make...
There you go. This was the post the post I was mentioning. There it is.
New content, and that alone is very exciting. This was like April of 2025. Then we...
April 2025. I'm not sure when the development for SOD kind of stopped, but in my thinking is they were developing stuff, but they were like, stop. Let's not put it in SOD. SOD is a seasonal server. Stop it. Come back. We'll keep those things for this Classic Plus type of thing. That's what I think. Let's go.
We come here. This is May of 2025. The death letter of Season of Discovery. And I want to go...
Where they said... This is where they said, okay, we're no longer doing SOD. Good luck.
Right here. We want to set ourselves up for success by taking the time we need to get into the proverbial kitchen and cook and iterate on and shape our ideas and lessons learned from Season of Discovery. As well as right here, we have big plans and ambitions for this type of found photographs set in the original world of Azeroth. Then we also have here that the future for Season of Discovery is somewhat bittersweet, as we've made the decision to slow down on Season of Discovery and begin work on our next major project in the original WoW design space.
Original World of Warcraft design space. Sounds to me like vanilla. Or some kind of additional things.
Ace. So this phrase of the original WoW design, the classic ethos, the entire reason we have the classic project to begin with, keeps coming up over and over again across months. Then I want to bring you right here to one of my sources. This is a viewer who claimed this after all this cargo stuff, and they probably asked AI for this, I don't really know, but based on the current aggregation of data mine files, executive teasers, internal test builds, and historical announcement patterns, there's a 95% probability that Blizzard will officially announce a brand new, permanent, Classic Plus style project at BlizzCon. 60% chance a late...
We already kind of know this because we saw the leaked image. The leaked image said there's this project called Camelot. This project will be an era server, an era thing. So it's either going to be a server, which is highly likely, or I don't know what else they can do. Sorry, remember, original WoW space. It's going to be a server.
Release November of 2026. This is the most highly predicted release window. So that's my source right there.
Yeah.
There, guys, the source there.
Yeah. 60% chance a late autumn release, November. Yeah.
Israel and did send this, so pretty good source right there. I believe it. Then I want to bring you right here to the state of Azeroth from Hum.
We made those realms for them, based on how they play. And that's not all we're cooking up. I can say with confidence that all Classic players across the globe have a lot to look forward to. I'm really excited to announce that
all Classic players will be excited with what, okay, kind of corporate speak, but sure, Classic players. Okay.
All Classic players around the globe. So a global release for the future of Classic WoW right there for us to hear. And this also is confirmed by the fact we just saw patch 1.60 be uploaded to the Chinese server literally a week ago. So once again, that just pretty much tells me it's another thing talking about this same big project in the Classic space that Classic players would be very excited for. And I just don't get where, like, what they could have had unless they straight up got DM from Blizzard, which if you're getting DM from Blizzard, you're NDA'd and you can't talk about it anyway. Like, I just don't know where they're possibly, what they could have been sent or shown or talked about to have completely 180, 360, whatever you want to say on their opinions and points of view. To me, all the evidence that we actually can see, data mines, dev talks, all this is showing towards this. And then, of course, we probably have the most real leak that we know of to date the franchise.
And there it is.
And we believe this is...
And there's the image. We see Camelot there. Era there. We see it. See it. Era Camelot. Camelot. There it is. There it is. We see the main line. This word here. This is the important word, I think. Mainline. Main timeline. Other timeline. Not to talk about whatever these things are, but yeah. Era, Camelot. Permanent server. Permanent version of World of Warcraft. That is going to be designated name Camelot. Camelot. New Avalon. New Avalon. Scarlet Enclave. This was called New Avalon. Right here.
This is real for two reasons. One,
basically, it's going to be some kind of baseline sod plus...
we found it on Reddit on August of 2025, and we did not get the Camelot name, knowing that it was internally called Camelot, until right here, June 16th of 2026. This image also popped up around then, but we did not know it until...
Wait, what is the image?
Get the Camelot name, knowing that it was internally called Camelot.
Okay, I did look more and confirm it 100%. Patch 0.60 is mainline Camelot. Okay.
Until right here, June 16th of 2026. This image also popped up around then, but we did not know it until those dates. And so Camelot being predicted as the name, very good. So when this released, we knew the mop date, but we did not know TBC, we did not know midnight. So those right there being exactly predicted accurately, those are 3 things of very accurate information from the supposed leak. And the time of the leak lines up from what the person who got it and shared it said, and they said that their girlfriend was on the comms team and their girlfriend was fired from Blizzard, and they shared this with them. So I'm very inclined to believe that this is a real slate leak. And what is most important about this slate leak is that it's in the Classic/Camelot section with Era/Camelot.
Yes, because it's a classic thing. Classic Plus will be an Era server that is SOD cranked up to 11 with additional content added, additional things, maybe system changes. I don't know. All pointing to a Classic Plus. Yes.
AKA Classic World of Warcraft. And I think that is one of the most deeming parts of this. The other one is the patches that we are on. So also, before we get into the patches right here, also a heroic and epic license for Camelot have been data mined as well. We don't know what to patch them, we don't know what they're gonna.
Yes. These things happen. Yes. Didn't we have the same things when like when TBC released, and then when Wrath released, and then when Cataclysm, all the classic versions when they released, didn't we have that as well?
I have, but that is yet another sign that they are doing it for the 7 years of precedent that we have for Classic and the 22 years of World of Warcraft that we have with this stuff. So like everything they're doing makes sense. It all lines up perfectly. And then I want to bring you here to these patches. So right here, this is probably the most deeming evidence that we have. So see how this is patch 1 dot? Just the 1 dot. We'll talk about the other 2 here in a moment, but the 1 dot. The 1 dot means it is the Era vanilla.
Oh yeah. Okay. I understand. Bit of a technicality, yeah, but yeah. 1.6 is vanilla 0.6. 2.4 is TBC 0.4. 3.5 is Wrath 0.5. Yeah. He'll explain the same thing.
They usually go up with each expansion. So TBC is 2 dot. Wrath of the Lich King is 3 dot.
Yeah.
Mop, Erkata is 4 dot, and Mop is 5 dot. And they have done this process from the original launches and for all the classic ones over the past 7 years. As you can see there on the current patch of 12.1. So in order to use retail graphics, retail models, retail everything, it would probably need to be at least 7 dot something, because I think they did them in Legion. I could be wrong on that, but it would be higher than 1 dot something. I know technology has changed, and this could be a crazy, wild surprise, and we could all be shocked, and that is a possibility. I'm not saying it's impossible what you're saying. I just think it is extremely unlikely. And another thing is we do see two dev builds here. We have the WoW Dev 2 build, which is .1, and we have the WoW Dev 5 build, which is .0, and we believe this build, the Dev 5 one, is going to be playtested at BlizzCon. So we'll see in 17 days. I cannot freaking wait. And then we will, hopefully get to play on this one sometime in October or November. And then everything we've talked about will finally be at rest.
Okay.
So the question you're probably asking yourself is, what does this all mean? What do we actually know? We don't know that patch 1.60 Camelot is Classic Plus. We don't know that for a fact. We know that they're going and enhancing the SOD experience of the found photographs of the stories they told, like Karazhan Trips and Scarlet Enclave, to overwhelmingly positive, awesome pieces and cool scenarios. The first ever real new dungeon and raid that we saw in Classic World of Warcraft, absolutely amazing, and we had a blast with that. And I'd imagine because those were so loved, even though they were just at the end of SOD, people like the positive feedback, them hiring all these people, them loving the idea of that, they would build on that and create, at the very minimum, a SOD 2 type experience. At the maximum,
SOD 2 type experience. Everybody is expecting a new game, but everybody's definition of what a new game is different. I think it's going to be SOD cranked up to 11 with additional content. Basically, good lord, man. Basically, it's something between SOD and Conquest of Azeroth. That's what I think it's gonna be.
a Classic Plus. It is probably going to be somewhere in the middle. It's probably going to be like, you know, if we have SOD as the extreme over here and we have Era as the extreme over here, this is probably going to be right in the middle and fuse them together with a bunch of stuff. I don't think it's WoW 2. I don't think it's retail, and I believe in my heart and hearts, because of all this information, that they are wrong. And I am willing to talk, debate, anything anyone wants to do. So Gargos, Hammer, if you're watching this, you want to have a debate on stream, your stream, my stream, I don't really care. Both our streams, I'm absolutely down to talk to you guys about this. I think the fans would love it. I think we'd have a good conversation. But anyway, guys, just really wanted to get this out there because I got sent this like over 100 times by all of you, and it has me so freaking fired up because I think it is so just wrong. Wrong is the term I'm going to go with, and you know, we'll find out. So anyway, let me know what you guys think down below, and until next time, I'll see you later. Hope you have a great day. Bye-bye.
There you go. If anybody is watching, like and subscribe to the video. There you go, chat. There you go. Let's remove that. And remove that. There you go. There we go. What else can I add to that? What else can I add to that? That is the reality of what's going to happen. The hell? Oh, I'm still in Silverpine. Ha! I haven't been in Silverpine in a long time. Wait. Gonna move a few things around. Bibbidi boobidi, bibbidi fucking. There we go. There we go. That's basically all my thoughts about like new game or Classic Plus. I have no idea why people are so adamant that it's going to be some kind of Classic Plus thing. I do not understand. I mean, I don't understand why it's going to be like a new game thing. I don't understand. I really don't. But here we are. Here we are. And we basically made it to Undercity. Jesus. Okay, back to Stormwind. We need to RP. We need to play the roles. Yeah. Also, I have been having so much fun with like WoW RP. It's insane. Give me a moment, will you? Perfect. Way too many people are like, oh, it's gonna be a new game. It's gonna be a new game. And I didn't hear you. What do you mean? What do you mean, champion? What do you mean? What do you mean, new game? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh. Oh yes, you're good. You're good. You're fine. That was a thing. A lot of people are playing GTA, huh? Apparently so. Jesus. Yeah. Oh. We'll do a little bit of roleplay because it's fun. It's exciting. I'm probably gonna have to go. But who knows when? Who knows? Maybe in 2 hours, maybe in 5. Have to edit the videos for the YouTube channel. Good, good, good. Really? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how to change that, so that's gonna be a thing for later. Or... Let's see here. First things first. Hi. Welcome to Argent Dawn RP. If you don't know what that is, there's a roleplay server called Argent Dawn on EU where you roleplay. What does that mean? You have your character. You download a few essential role-playing mods like Total RP and maybe, or was it Musically or whatever. Basically an add-on that lets you hear when somebody is playing music. Now, since nobody is online, I can't find anybody that's doing that to show it, but you'll have to trust me, okay? Just trust me. Oh, good. This is my character. I made him. There are many like him, but he is mine. Plebior Highhammer. A knight of course. You can write in your about section in Total RP. Doodads, things, thingamaboobs, and all that. Lots of things. And now, we will engage in the most fun and interesting type of RP, which is Stormwind RP. Apparently, I am new to RP, right? In World of Warcraft. Very new to it. And apparently, role-playing is a serious business. Okay? Very serious. So serious. There are rules, there are regulations, and you have to follow them. Because if you don't, well, nobody's gonna want to talk to you or like roleplay with you, right? So, I had to learn the hard way that apparently you can't have a Scarlet Crusade tabard. You can't have that in Stormwind. Because the Scarlet Crusade is considered an enemy faction, and because it's an enemy faction, people will be hostile towards you, so other role players. I didn't know that. That was a fun experience. And first things first, there's a lot of factions, right? There's a lot of guilds, a lot of orders, a lot of factions. I belong to, recently joined to the Order of Sacred Flames. A relatively decent-sized guild. Eight people online currently. There are a lot of other guilds as well, a lot of other orders. Not everybody is a role player on the server, but a lot of people are. So what we're going to try to do is have a little bit of fun, a little bit of haha, a little bit of interesting on the server. I have a lot of characters on Argent Dawn. Some fun, some just whatever. But my main character is, of course, Plebior. Always will be Plebior. Always will be. Naden. We have our walking enabled. We have our character in character. And now we roleplay. I swear to God. Ooh, I swear to God, Spotify. Stop with the ads. Nobody wants you. Nobody likes you. Stop. Stop the ads. Stop. Stop. Stop the ads. Just stop. 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 Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody's gonna buy anything like this. Oh, it's a 30-second ad. Good Lord Almighty. Oi. Oh, yeah. Back-to-back 30-second ads. That's fun. Super fun. Everybody wants that. Everybody likes that. Yes, yes. Stay best. Sure. Where's my thing? There's my thing. Boom. Okay. Hi, I'm back, I think. I suppose. Am I? I think I am. Am I back? I think I'm back. I am, right? There we go. Gone. Perhaps a different picture. Perhaps a different one. How about you? That'll do. Gone. Perfect. Good. Let us commence the walking. Apparently, Stormwind RP is considered very low effort, very not interesting, which is fine. We like low effort stuff. We don't need to work. Also, I haven't really been online for a very long time. Because I've been a bit busy with real life. Lots of things happen in real life. Many things happen. There we go. Good. We are now just going to walk around and see if we can perhaps join an RP or something. Because why not? Wait. Let's be nice. No, dude. Okay. There we go. Good. Now they know. And now we go. Some people have incredibly creative characters. That's what I've noticed. Creativity. And, ooh, let me tell you. A lot of people have very creative characters. Not gonna lie. Cat Dorai. Cat Dorai. So, World of Warcraft RP is so serious that some people have beef with other people, right? Some guilds have beef with other guilds, like oh, you're not RPing correctly, or this is low effort RP, or like I don't know, stop meta RPing, which is basically using information that you would get outside of character, but you use that information while you are in character. And that's a big no-no. I have been learning quite a lot since I started this interesting journey. And it should be fun. Like, I enjoy it. But we need to find any form of interesting roleplay that we can join. Perhaps we can do scan characters. This is the add-on. This is Total RP, and it scans everybody that has the add-on and has like a character. Jesus, come on, work with me. Oh, and it's super fun, right? Because you never know what kind of thing you can get into. You never. What top is that? Hold on. Hold on. Shop. That's new. Oh, it's this, isn't it? Yeah, that's not happening. Thanks, Chief. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, Chief. So people will be like, there's like houses that are like clubs and bars and stuff like that. People gather, chat, do stuff. There's RP events where you can basically, it's like Dungeons and Dragons, right? You roll for like your attack, right? So you can it can be like you roll from 0 to 20 and you get a 20. You crit. Oh my god, maximum damage. Now, I am still new to all of that. Still new to all of that. I still don't know what weapons I have or like what skills I use. Still trying to figure that out. Like some characters have, oh, holy light healing, right? And you can use it like once. So if, let's say you roll on a defense, right? And you roll, I don't know, 16. And you need 17 to win. But you also have like heavy armor, which gives you a +2 on defense. Stuff like that, right? It's basically D&D, but like kind of applied to WoW. I like it. It's something different. It's something new. You tend to get really bored just doing dungeons, raids, and mythic pluses. It's boring. It's just so boring to just do that. And this should be more interesting. Oh Gott, diesem verdammte Advertisements.
Was wollen die eigentlich von mir? Bei der Volksbank Köln-Bonn erklären die mir alles verständlich, hören erstmal zu und schauen gemeinsam mit mir, was zu meinem Leben passt. Und das ist mir viel lieber, wenn es ums Geld geht.
Volksbank Köln-Bonn. Von Herzen rheinisch.
I guess that's not better. What is... Oh, it's the song. Never mind. Do I have? Nope. Good. Perhaps. That'll do. Good. Yeah. Playing World of Warcraft for so long and doing the exact same thing over and over again is basically expansion drops. You start questing, you start leveling. After you get to max level, you start doing dungeons. After you do the dungeons, you do the heroics. After you do the heroics, you do mythics. After you do the mythics, you do raids, and then you do mythic pluses. And it's the exact same recipe over and over and over again. Gets boring. RP is something to do in between. Something fun, interesting. I don't know why, that's pretty good transmog, my dude. That is really good transmog, holy hell. I think I can copy it, although I'm not sure. Ooh, level 10. That explains it. Wait. Let me... I keep bumping the mouse, it's probably super annoying. Probably is. Don't care. Not a lot of people are online right now. No. How about here? Oh yeah. Oh, it's Goldshire. Obviously there's going to be people in Goldshire, right? Obviously. Well, since it's the morning and I will be streaming in the mornings or afternoons, so any way you look at it, it will be less people here, won't it? Yeah. But it's fine. We will find something interesting to do. Don't need that. Yeah, and I have basically done next to nothing with the new patch. The Curse of Full Attack. That's and he's gone. It's pretty decent. I like it. Gravedigger. Oh, it doesn't actually have a profile on the add-on on Total RP. Who can I walk up to? Because there is a lot of people. But it would be rude simply to walk up Remember, it has to be in character. What is that? Ah, okay, I get it. Researcher of rare magics. Okay. Deputy. Deputy Darrow something. Undead Nightmare. Okay. Again with the ads. Stop the ads.
Diese Woche Zitronen 750 Gramm statt 1,79 für nur 1,49 €. Jetzt beim 16-fachen Preissieger. Aldi. Gutes für alle.
Yes, thank you, Spotify, for the ads. Thank you. Good luck. Hi. We need to find somebody to walk up to that we can role play with. Or perhaps we can stay in one place and let other people walk up to me. Holy ads. Wow. Well, to be fair, I'm using the free version of Spotify, so I can't be complaining about the ads. Or can I? Okay. Wait, is Raid the World First happening right now? It is, isn't it? It is, isn't it? I feel like it is. Is it? Probably. Flame. Perhaps I shall go to the cathedral. Usually there's people there. Easy enough to walk up to. I am but a shy boy. Wow, there's Jack there's nobody. Where are all these people? Ah, yes. Never mind. I forgot people go on the roofs. Of course they do. Of course. Power woman. You go, girl. Morgan Morgul Blackheart. Second crew of the Warhammer 2. Mechanicus Magnus. Listen here, buddy. Wait. We're gonna do the most Stormwind RP of all. Like, Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Okay, trust me. Toy box. Toy box. There we go. Boom. I have no idea where other people are. It's difficult to find them. Let me. Morgan Morgul Blackheart, crew of the Warhammer. Mechanicus Magnus, eye color gray-sided, okay. Height average, okay. Mechanical Disruptor Palpatine. Oh, okay. Full story. Minding his own. Characters new, more stuff will be added or removed. Guild info and lore in the About section. Should there be interest? Sure thing, buckaroo. Let's go. See what you have. Netherforge Crusade. The Netherforge Crusade is an unconventional chapter of light-sworn warriors, engineers, and explorers founded upon a simple realization. The greatest threats to Azeroth no longer come solely from Azeroth itself. For years, the people of Azeroth have witnessed armies descend upon their world from beyond the stars. The Burning Legion, the Draenei, the Army of Light, and countless other beings have demonstrated that the Great Dark Beyond is neither empty nor unreachable. Most importantly, the arrival of the Army of the Light proves that vessels could cross the twisting nether and wage war far beyond the boundaries of any single world. Well, this is Warhammer, right? This is a Warhammer character. I like it. I like it. It is unique. We have the transmog that is very much Warhammer. Very, very much Warhammer. I like it. Pretty cool. Let's see. The Warhammer. What are you, Jimmy? The Warhammer is the primary nether cruiser and operational headquarters of the Netherforge Crusade. Designed for extended campings beyond Azeroth, it serves as a transport warship, mobile base, and exploration vessel capable of supporting the Crusade for long periods without returning home. Okay. Its interior contains living quarters, armory, engineer deck, medical facilities, storage base, and a hangar for small expeditionary craft, such as warframes. Okay. Okay. From here, Nether Marines can be deployed onto foreign worlds for reconnaissance, resource gathering, recovery operations, or direct military interventions. Don't you just love it when people are so fucking creative with their characters? Because, yeah, this is Warhammer, right? This is Warhammer. But in World of Warcraft. I like it. Nom, 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 nom. Before there was the Warhammer, there was the Netherforge, originally constructed through the combined efforts of Gnomish engineers and Draenei artificers, the Lightsworn craftsmen, the Netherforge, and Lightsworn craftsmen. Lightsworn craftsmen. Fuck English. Okay. The Crusade's ambitions grew, so did the Forge. Okay. It is fun, no matter how you look at it. Cool. Really cool transmog. I did not get to that point of transmog, sadly. Yeah, I feel like it's way too early for roleplay. Probably is. Not a lot of people here, are there? No. Sadness. Yeah, there are people just... I assume these are the... much like myself, jobless. Oh well. I am thinking of an idea. It all started with a video that I made about my house. Let's leave Stormwind for a bit. Let's go to my house. I have an idea. It is a good idea. An idea that I like.
Du, Steffi, ich habe die Bank gewechselt. Ja,
Oi. Okay. Okay, after that we'll see. My house. Very big. Not as big as I would like it to be, but a decent size. And if you notice, it is modeled after Dragon Reach. This is Dragon Reach. Oh, as best as I could make it, you know. Now, this entire house came from the idea of this transmog. John Skyrim. This transmog birthed the idea of this house. This house birthed the idea of a Skyrim UI and gameplay. What I am thinking of doing is basically taking there we go. Wow. Adding a camera like this, right? Like this. And just playing like you play Skyrim. That's my idea. But this is in like picture mode. As soon as I do this, it's back here. So I need a camera add-on, which I think exists, so I have to just look for it. And I need a UI, a Skyrim UI. Once I have that, it'll be a whole lot easier. But that is information and wanting for another day. No, that's not it. That's not it, Chief. Not it. Yeah, I think we can end it there. First day back. We'll figure something out later. New content and all that. Anywho, if anybody did watch, nobody commented, nobody liked, nobody did anything. Damn. Well, either way, I'll have a lot of fun editing the video. I bid you good day.